is a skiving machine, and uh, the best way to explain how it works is that what it would do is that it would shave off. Uh, well, let me put it like this: it's sort of like filleting a fish. It will fillet and take off the amount of leather that you want to take off. If it's too thick for something that you're doing and you want to make it thinner, well, this machine here would do that. There are tools that you can use. There are hand tools. There are different types of knives and tools that you can use, and you can skive. But for years, that's what we used. But you know, we could never be consistent, and we never really learned to master those different types of tools or knives. And so it took us about 2 years to save up the money to get one of these, and it was really worth it. And this machine cost about $1,400. Uh, and it works sort of like the regular sewing machine. Is that it have this lever here is what uh, brings the foot down. It brings the foot down over the leather, so it's sort of like the foot, and but it doesn't have a needle, but it have a knife that cuts. And this screw here, well, this knob, what this knob would do, it puts the amount of pressure on the leather. If it's too much pressure, it won't pull it through. If it's not enough pressure, well, then you have to just tighten it and tweak it until it just pull it through. And this have a 2-inch foot on it. I'm not sure if it goes any wider than that, but it have a 2-inch foot, so you can skive up to 2-inch wide. And this is just a guide, to where if you say I only want to skive a half inch or 1 inch or 2 inch. This is just a guide that will hold the leather in place while you're skiving. Now, this knob right here, I know you're not going to be able to see it on camera, but this knob right here, what it does, this is a wheel, and it pulls the leather. So this wheel turns. It looks like a stone, like it's made out of a stone. What it does is that it pulls the leather through, and then this right here is a knife, and this knife is turning, and it's cutting the leather as you pull it through. It's shaving the leather off. So this knob here would allow the wheel to go up or down. So when you turn it and it goes down, it's going to shave off more leather. When you turn it and it go up, it's going to shave off less leather. This wheel here, what it would do is that it sort of balance the wheel. So you can take off more on this side, more on this side, or you can put it at 0, and it's just going to be even all the way across. But I will do a video to show you how this works completely, every knob. But I just want to just kind of give you that basic, so you can see and understand what's happening here when I skive this off. So I'm going to run a test. You always want to run a test. I'm going to run a test before and see what it just did. It's just skived off this right here. Now, I always use a glove to go underneath to get what was shaved off. I'm quite sure you can put a basket under there that will catch the leather, but you also want to clean it as you go so it don't get all jammed up. See if I put the glove on so I don't get cut. This is what just came off of here. Turn around this way. See that? That's what just came off of there. So this would allow me to, when I stitch this, I can lay it down and it's thin enough to where it's not too thick when I get ready to put the bag together. So this is a good setting. This is a good setting. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to shave off I guess about a ½ inch. Really, I think that's more than a ½ inch. See what it just did? I'm going to do the other one. Now I'll just clean this out. This is what just come off from one of them. That's something else that was under there. So you always want to keep it cleaned out because it can get jammed up and it can cause you some problems to where you have to go in and unjam it. So the best thing to do is just to clean it out as you go. So we're done with that. Now we're going to go back, glue these together, sew them together. And like I said, I'll do a video to kind of show you the, you know, for every little, I mean, there's nothing difficult about this. When we first got it, we had to just kind of figure it out. We did see some videos on YouTube, but it didn't really explain it as well as I think it could have been explained. So I will do a video to show you exactly what every little knob will do from as of what I know. You know, some things, you know, I don't even know what this is. But anyway, let's get back to putting this together. Okay, now that we have these here skived, we're going to glue them together and then we're going to sew them. So these two I will use to cover up the stiffener. So basically what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take just a little glue, not a lot, and I'm going to I'm going to glue these together and then sew them. I'm just using some contact cement glue to do this. Like I said, I don't need a lot. Let these set for a couple of seconds. And I'll go ahead and put these together. And I want to make sure that they're even. So we'll let these dry for a couple of minutes and then we'll take them over to the sewing machine and we will sew these. Okay, now what we're going to do, we're going to sew the seams together. And what I did, I put a piece of tape here. This is a ½ inch mark. So I'm going to sew a ½ inch seam. Then once I sew that, I'm going to fold it outward and lay it down and then do a top stitch. So basically what I'm doing, I'm just lining up the side of this leather with the side of this tape here. That will give me my 1/2 inch seam. I'm going to do a couple of back stitches just to kind of lock it in. Doing 3 back stitches just to lock that in. Now what I will do, I will open this up. Let me burn this so I can lock that in. Now what I will do, I will open this up. And this is what it looks like before I do the top stitch. So what I'll do, I'm going to glue it down and then I'm going to stitch it. Again, I'm using the contact cement glue. I want to be as neat as possible because I'm not going to have a lining, so I don't want to glue, well, I guess it really wouldn't matter in this area because it's going to have a piece of leather that's going to cover the stiffener. But I still want to be as neat as possible, simply because it does not have a lining. Now the key to gluing this down is what you want to do is that you want to make sure that you press both sides down at the same time. You don't want to do one side and then the other side. It'll give you kind of a ripple effect. So in order for it to just be flat, press them both down at the same time. And that would allow it to be flat. I did not put enough glue on this side. For it to have something to stick to, so I'm going to go back and re-glue this. You have to have something to stick to. Now that's what it looks like once it's been glued. But now what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a top stitch. just to give it a finished look. You don't have to do that. I like doing it just to give it a finished look. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to put I'm going to put the outside of this foot here, the outside of this foot, right inside of this gutter, right inside of this, well, this seam here. That's going to be my guide. Give me a back stitch. This just really gives it a finished look. Do the other side. Okay. Now that's what that looks like. It just gives it a nice finished look. And some people may not like that the foot is making these marks here. For me, it doesn't matter, especially with this type of leather. Now, if it was a chrome type of leather and it was scratching it, then I would say, okay, I need to adjust the pressure that's on the foot. But for me, this type of leather, it doesn't matter because you can just rub this and you can rub that out. But anyway, it doesn't matter to me at all. So we'll go to the next step. But this is putting those two pieces together. Okay, now that we have the gusset stitched, the next thing I need to do, because I cut it out a little longer than I need for it to be, so the next thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to make sure that it fits the bag itself, because I'm going to cut some of it off. So I'll just find the center and I'll just fold this over and I'll just put a mark here just to have the center. And the way I'm going to do this, and the reason why I'm doing this now is because I need to be able to put a bag stiffener in here and then cover the bag stiffener. And so in that way we can start putting the bag together. So basically what I'll do, I'll take I'll take this seam line here, and I'll take this mark that I just did, and I'll line those two up, and I will just clamp it all the way around. So I'll make sure that it fits. So this is sort of like pre-putting the bag together before I sew it, well, before I glue it and sew it. So when I get to these curves here, I'll just bend it. Because remember that the leather is flexible and it will bend. And you want it to put it together just as if you're going to sew it, so everything is even. Some people will try to cut the gusset out to where it is the exact size. I never try to do that because I've really never been good with getting it right. So it's better for me to lose about an inch on each side, or an inch and a half on each side, than to have to recut the whole gusset out again. See how I'll just have to cut this off, and I'll do the other side. These clamps, we got them at, I think we got them at Lowe's or Home Depot, but you probably can find them at a hardware store. But you don't have to use these. We use them because they're pretty strong and they hold very well. You can use those paper clamps. So now what we'll do is that we will mark this and cut this off. We'll make sure that everything is lined up. I'm kind of shocked that one side is a little longer than the other side, but I guess that's what it came out to be. I don't know how that happened, but it did. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to mark this. And then I'm going to cut this off. Now I'll just take the rotary cutter. I'll cut this off. I'm going to cut this one off. Now that we have that done, the next thing I want to do is take a measurement of okay, that's perfect. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put a bag stiffener in here which is what this gusset here have in it. This gusset have a bag stiffener. That's what makes it so stiff. I'm going to put a bag stiffener, and then I'm going to cover that bag stiffener with another piece of the same leather. So in that way it's covered, but that's the part that's going to make this bag stand up. If I made this bag and without the bag stiffener and without a lining, it would just flop down. So to keep it from flopping down, that's why we're going to put the bag stiffener in here. So what I need to do, I need to take a measurement. This gusset is 6 inches wide. And so what I want to do, I want to give myself at least 1 inch from each side to allow me to stitch this. So which means that my bag stiffener needs to be 4 inches wide, and I'm going to give myself 1 inch from the top. So I'm going to give myself 1 inch from the top. So my bag stiffener will be 4 inches wide by whatever the length it is. Okay, this is 40 and a quarter. This is 40 inch and a quarter. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut it out. I'm going to take off 2 inches. So I'm going to cut it off. It's 40 and a quarter. I take off 2 inches. That'll make it 38 inches and a quarter. So instead of putting in that quarter, I'm just going to make it 38 inches by 4 inches. So what I need to do, get all this out of the way. I need a 38 inches by 4 inches. What we're going to use, this is a bag stiffener, and we get this from Tandy Leather Factory, and it comes $10 a roll. I think it's 4 foot by 8 foot. Now, this is an older version than what they were selling. This is much stiffer than what they're selling now. What they're selling now is not as stiff as this, but it works. But like I say, this is a older version. So let me open this up. I need a 38. This is just about the length of this here. So what I'm going to do, take this, put me some weight on here. So I need for this to be 38 inches. So really what I can do, I can actually take this, I need for it to be 4 inches wide. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 inches wide. And I'm just going to draw me a line here. Four inches. Basically what I need to do is cut this and bring this over. See if I can cut this with this rotary cutter without it slipping on me. Trying to slip. Okay, so I need to cut this down to 38 inches and then glue it. Here's my 38 inches. What was it? It was 38. I'm gonna go ahead and do the 38 and a quarter. Cut this off. Now, what I need to do now is I take my gusset take my gusset and I want to mark off 1 inch from the top. And I'm going to do this with some chalk. 1 inch from the top. And then I'll do 1 inch from the side. So I'll have my glue line. And you can find your own technique of doing this. This is just how I'm doing it, just to make it simple for me. I'm gonna do 1 inch on each side. So really I need to take off right here to make that fit. Okay, that's now what I need to do. I'll draw my line here. This is just a glue line to where it allows me to know where to put my glue. So that's my glue line. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to glue this, and then I will glue the stiffener, and then I will place the stiffener on top of here. And I'm going to use a contact cement glue. It will stick better than the water base. I'm not putting it on real thick. I'm putting it on thin, but I'm making sure it covers the whole piece. Now I'm going to glue the leather, and some people will probably ask why glue the leather. Well, if you don't, it's not going to, the glue won't hold. Just turn this over so I don't get it on the leather itself. And I want to be as neat as possible and keep it inside the line. Okay, now what we're going to do, we're going to line up take this out of the way so we can put it on something flat. And I want to make sure around my edges are glued down good. See how it gives us that stiffness? And then once I put the other piece of leather, it's going to cover this. It'll give it more body. But it also leaves me room to sew around with the gusset. We're going to let this set about 5 or 10 minutes, and then we will add the other piece of leather that's going to cover this. Okay, now that we have let the bag stiffener dry, the next thing I want to do, I want to cut a piece of leather that's going to cover this. So in that way, it'll still, the bag will not be lined, but by covering this, you won't see this inside the bag, so the bag will not be lined. So what I need to do is take a measurement of how long I need for this to be. So I need for it to be, I'm going to do 38 inches and a quarter by 4 3/8. So in that way I can cover this, but not go too wide, because I don't want the side of this to be too thick. So when I start to put the gusset in, I don't have any problem sewing this. So it's going to be 38 and a quarter by 3 3/8. So let me get that cut out. And then oh, also, what I did was I went ahead and pre-cut these leather strips. What these are going to be, these are going to go inside the tabs. So I'm going to cut out some tabs. They need to be a little wider than the ones that I put for the handle. So for the strap, they're going to be wider because this D-ring is 2-inch wide. But I'm going to use this part of the D-ring to attach to the gusset itself. So right now, let me go ahead and cut out the strip for this, and then we'll go to the next step. So I need a 38, write this down. I need a 38 and a quarter by 4 3/8. So remember, I have to, while I'm cutting on this hide, I have to make sure that I keep a strip long enough to do the shoulder strap. So I need a 38 and a quarter. So what I have to do, I have to start off with a straight line in order to get what I need. So I'm going to take this 38, bring it down to here. My 38 and a quarter would be right here. So this is one side of my straight line. So now what I need to do is that I need to make this 4 3/8 wide. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 3/8. 4 and a quarter, 4 3/8. It's kind of hard to see with this ruler. Let me use this one here to kind of get us started. 4 3/8. Make sure I got this right. 1, 2, 3, 4 3/8. 4 3/8. Now I could have done this in two pieces like I did the gusset. The only thing about that is that right in that seam where I did the two pieces, it would just make this more thicker. So in order for it not to be so thick, that's why I'm doing it in one long piece. 3/8, 4 and 3/8. Let's see here. Some kind of way I have gotten up to 4 3/4. Okay, 4 3/8 is right here. See, what did I do wrong here? There we go. Double check this. For some reason, 4 3/8. Four and 3/8. Okay, that's it. Okay, now I'm going to cut this out. Okay. Cut this. Okay, let's see how this is going to fit. I cut it a little long, so I'm going to take off about a 1/2 inch. And that's going to fit perfect. Now I'm going to glue this. I'll use contact cement glue, and while I'm gluing this, I think I'll go ahead and glue the tabs on and maybe the inside pocket. So in that way we can go ahead and, well, just the tab, not the inside pocket. I have to go back and retrace that. Let me go back and retrace the inside pocket. We'll glue this together and glue the tabs on and go ahead and sew those to the front and to the bag, and sew this to the gusset, and then we'll go with the next step. Okay, what I want to do now is go ahead and glue this leather over the stiffener. Now I'm going to glue this part here, which is going to cover the stiffener and the stiffener itself. But what I need to do is that I need to put a chalk line so I'll know where to glue. So I don't just glue the whole thing, because by this bag not being lined, I don't want that glue to be seen. So I'll just do me a chalk line just to give me an idea where I need to stay inside as far as gluing. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I do need for it to give me some type of guide of where I'm gluing. It would also help when I get ready to place the leather on top. I'm going to use the contact cement glue instead of the water base, and that's because of the stiffener. I think the contact cement glue will hold better with this stiffener than if I just use the water-based glue. And the reason why I'm putting glue on both sides, that's so one can stick to the other one, and I don't have to worry about that part coming apart from the other one. Even though I'm going to sew it, it can still come apart from each other Around the edges will be sewn, but in the middle that can come apart. So that's what I want to try to avoid. Now I'll go ahead and glue this part here. Okay, now that I have both of them glued, let me see if I can put them together. We'll let this dry for about 10 minutes, and while this is drying, I'm going to go ahead and glue the tabs on. So when I start sewing, I can just sew it all at the same time. And you only want to just put glue around the edges of your tabs. And that's just to hold it on until you sew it. That's all it's for. And remember, we pre-marked this so we know where to glue the tabs before we sew. Okay, we'll let these dry for about 10 minutes and then we will start sewing these together. Okay, now that we have the stiffener covered, I'm going to sew it, and I'm going to sew like 1/4 of an inch all the way around, all the way back to where I start, and then that's where I would do my back stitch. And I'm using brown thread because I'm using a cream color throughout the bag, but the brown is just to sew this on so it just doesn't look out of place from the other side. And I want to make sure that I have a good stitch on the other side. So I just turn this around, take a look at it. It looks good. So I'll just sew this all the way around. And also keep in mind that the stiffener is soft enough you can sew through it. So if I have to sew through it, it's no problem. But I think I'm right on the edge of it. I'll just go back to where I started, and that's where I would do my back stitch. So this is why I did the brown. So you really don't see that as well if I did in a cream color. The cream color would have been nice, but I think it would be more distraction to have that stitch going all the way up and back around. So, but it's your choice. But I just did the brown because when I do the stitch the gusset on, well, then it would be in a cream color. So I didn't want those two colors to be fighting each other. So that's why I did it in a brown. But I'm going to burn this. And then the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to change the top thread. So when I get ready to sew the tabs on, the top thread would be in the cream color, but the back side would be brown, so you really don't see it when you open up the bag. So let me change threads. Okay, what I did, I changed the top thread to the cream color, and I have the brown thread at the bottom. So in that way, when I stitch it, the cream color won't show through. So I'm going to go ahead and sew this. I think I'm going to start here at the bottom. And same thing, I'm going to sew at a 1/4 of an inch seam. And I'll do my top stitch, my back stitch when I come back around. Come up just a little more. Not far enough. Close mine. Okay. So I just come back to where I started, and that's where I will do my back stitch. So what I'll do the other 3 off camera, so I don't bore you with sewing the other 3. So you do see just a little of the white, but not much. But it's most of it is brown. But that's what the top stitch is going to look like. So I'll just go off camera and do the other three, and then we'll get started with the rest of the bag. Okay, now we're going to sew the last tab on, and then after that we will glue the inside pocket on and then sew it. We'll get this last tab sewed on. Now that's what that looks like. So now what we'll do, we will glue the inside pocket on and sew it, and then we will glue on the outside pocket and sew it on. So I'll get the glue and glue those on. Okay, now that we have the inside pocket glued on, now I'm going to go and stitch it. But I'm going to start off with, we'll do at least 5 back stitches to make sure I hold it in place, because by having a pocket on the inside, if it come loose, you would almost have to take the bag completely apart in order to fix it. About another half stitch. When I finish here, I'll do again 5 back stitches. And the reason why I want to do the brown stitch on the back, so if you open up the, unzip the pocket, you really won't see, oh. The reason why I want to do the brown stitch on the back is because if you open up the pocket, you won't see a light color stitch on the inside. So the next thing we'll do, we will glue this back pocket on and then stitch it. Okay, what I'm going to do now is glue this back pocket on and then stitch it. So I'll just glue this one, I'll glue it all the way around. Now I'll glue the pocket. Take this, get this out of the way. Now I'm going to stitch this all the way around. And I'm going to start right here at the bottom center and stitch my way back around. And that's where I would do my back stitch. Another half stitch. Now I'll do my back stitch here and finish it off. And that's what it looks like. This is my back pocket, outside pocket. And then this is my inside pocket. Now the next thing we'll do is that I need to put a strap that goes across here, a little 1-inch, I think it's a 1-inch by 12-inch strap. So when you set the bag on top of your luggage, that strap will go around your handle. And then I think we can start really putting the gusset together and really start putting the bag together. So that's what we'll do next. Okay, now that we have the pocket sewed onto the outside of the bag and on the inside of the bag, you know, one of the things that I forgot to do, because I'm kind of rushing trying to get this video completed, is that I forgot to put my tag on. And I should have either put it here, which is on the back, I normally don't do, or I should have put it, well, I guess I could still put it on the inside. But that stitch will show on the outside, and which I'd rather for that not to happen. But I could have put it on here, or I could have put it on here, or I could have put it here. I don't really want to put it on the outside of the bag, but I still need to put my mark on it. So I think what I'm going to do, we do have a branding iron, so I think I'm going to brand our logo onto the bag. I'll brand it onto the front of the bag. And so it's a good thing that we do have this, because we can decide on, do we want to brand it or do we want to actually put a label on there. So since I was rushing, I'm going to do a brand. And this was picked up from LW Leatherworks. If you Google them, and you would get their Etsy store, and they do have a website. And let me tell you this. This is the second one that we had. The first one we had, I guess, about 8 or 9 months, it just stopped working. And I contacted the guy, and he sent me another one. I didn't have to send the other one back. He sent me another one. And to me, that is good customer service. And I had no problem with, you know, with getting this second one. So if you want to brand your product and you don't want to use a label, look at a branding iron. Now these right here, if you get one of these, and I'll show you how I'm going to use it, and we use a transformer. If you look at this plug here, this is different than the 110 plug that we use here in the United States. This is what they would use in Europe, so you have to get a step up, step down transformer in order to use it. But you'll see that in the process when I brand the bag. But I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to brand it, and I'm going to do it while it's flat. So everything now that I need to do while it's flat, it's best that I do it now, because I used to try to do everything once the bag is put together. I would try and match up. What I used to do is that I used to put the bag together and then try to get the right measurement from one side to the other, well, from one end to the other end, in order to get this zipper straight, you know, so when I put it in, everything is lined up. So I've learned to make sure to do it while the bag is flat. And that way I can just lay it down and take a ruler and I can just measure on one end, and then I can just measure the other end and get it just perfect. I can mark it, and so in that way when I get ready to glue it and stitch it, it's already marked. All I gotta do is put it in place. Now earlier when I was saying that when I was cutting out the zipper holder, and I think I was going to do an inch and a half, and I was saying that, you know, the size of your zipper holder would have a lot to do with the size of your gusset. And what I did was that I did this, these are 2.5 inches each. This is 6 inches. Well, I should have did it at 3 inch, because when I put the bag, I pre-put the bag together with clamps, and it just didn't fit right. And once I start putting it together, I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. So I went off camera and I remade this to where it is, this is 3 inches, and this one is 3 inches, which gives us 6 inches. But once you put it together, and the seam is going to bring it down to where it's going to match up with the size of the gusset. So keep that in mind, is that when you're making your zipper holder, calculate it to be the same size as your gusset. If your gusset is like this one here is 5 inches, 6 inches, do 3 inches, 3 and 3. And it'll all work out, but I'll show you what I'm talking about. Now, this is where I have to kind of get down to some detail, and one of them is that I need to make that ring holder for the gusset, and I also need to cut out one of these. I also need to cut out some ring holders. Take this one here, because this one's already kind of opened up. Because what's going to happen, that's why these tabs are here. We're going to put ring holders here, and these ring holders I'm going to make some handles that will fit on these spring hooks. So that's what these are for. So I need to cut out four straps, and just according to this, they need to be, that's inch and a half. They need to be 3 inches long and 1 inch wide. 3 inches long, 2 inches wide, because when I fold them up, they're going to turn out to be 1 inch wide. So they need to be 3 by 2. I need to cut out 4 of those, and I need to glue. I need to glue leather to these here, and glue this here to some leather, and then attach this one here, because all of this I have to do while it's flat. I need to attach this right here. So let me get some leather, and then we'll start gluing everything together, cutting it out, and then sewing it And then that's when we can actually put this bag together. Okay, what I'm going to do is glue these together. I need to cut out the 4 pieces out of this. If you can hear the fan, that's because I've turned the fan on. I started having hot flashes. I was trying to do the video completely without doing that, but I just gets too hot for me. And I also need to cut out 2 tabs, and I'm going to these are the rings. Now I could do this in 2 ways. I can make I can do my strap to where I do not put a hook on it, or I can do the strap to where I do put a hook on it. But I think I'm gonna do it without a hook, because I've done straps with the hook, so you can see how I do it without a hook and with the slider. So let me cut out. I need to cut out 4. I need to cut out 4 3 inches by 2 inches. So I'll do 4 3 inches by 2 inches. And I'll get my other one out of this one here. But I'm going to go ahead and glue these together. And I'm going to use contact cement. I could use the water-based glue, but the contact cement is just quicker for me because I don't have to put it in a cup, and I can just for the sake of time, I'm going to use contact cement. I don't have to use it, but I am. So I'm going to glue these together. Now, just for the sake of time, I'm gonna glue this one here on camera. These I will glue on off camera, and I'm going to glue one of these on camera, and then I'll do the other 4 off camera, just so you can see how I glued it and folded it. I'll let this dry for a minute, and while that's drying, I'm gonna go ahead and just glue these, because this is gonna take about a minute to dry so I can fold it. You wanna let it dry, so in that way when you fold it, it'll stick. Okay, so what I would do, I would take this, See, it still don't want to stick because I didn't let it dry long enough. So I'm gonna let it dry just a little more. And you know what? When I fold this is so thick, I don't really even think I need to, to line the strap that's going to hold this, because this is pretty thick. And if I use this, it's just going to make it too thick. So I'm going to just cut 2 pieces of this leather here, the same length and width of this, and use that to hold the D-ring. Let's see if I could. Okay, so I will go off camera, do the other 4, and I will cut out me 2 strips like this. That's pretty close. The same width of this here, but I'll go off camera and do that just to save time. Okay, I went off camera, and one of the things that I did realize is that when I cut this 2 inches by, I think it's 2 inches by 6 inches, and I was going to use this for the ring, this is really, really too thick. That is too thick. So what I think I'm going to do, I think I'm just going to cut them 1 inch by 6 inch, and I'll just use it as a single without folding it. I mean, if you can see that, that is such a big difference, and that is really too thick to go off in here. So because this leather is so thick, folding this and using this for the ring holder, it's just too thick. So I'm going to just go with cutting these down to 1 inch. Instead of these being 2 inches, I'm just going to cut them down to 1 inch. And all I need 4 of these. So that's 2. That's my 4. Now the other thing I need is, instead of backing these here, I'm just going to use a single fold for these also, because that would make these here too thick. So I have 2 of these. These are for my gusset D-ring holders, and these are for my O-ring holders. And I think what I'm going to do, oh, the other thing I want to show you is that for the gusset, and because this D-ring is so wide, what I had to do was make a template that was bigger than the handle tab holder. And this one is measured out to be, I went off camera to figure it out, 2.5 by 3 inches. And that's because I need for it to fit this D-ring holder. So this is 2.5 by 3 inches, and this is 1.5 by 6 inches. So when this folds up, this will fit into the 3-inch deep and 2.5 by 3 inches. That'll give me a 1/2 inch on each side. So I'm going to let me just kind of let me make this so you'll see exactly what I did. So I traced it out at 2.5 by 2.5 by 3 inches. So I'm gonna do my 2.5, then my 3 inches. I'll just square that off. Cut it out. And you can kind of come up with your own shape. And basically what I did, I just took it, folded it, and it's the same way I did the handle tabs, and then I just cut it from the point, and that's how I come up with that. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch the 6 of these. I'm going to cut out my tab. I'm going to trim this out, cut the tip, stitch it, and then at that point we can start to construct it, because we would have all our components together. Okay, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to trace out, I need 2 of these tabs for the gusset. Trace these 2 out, cut them out, and then I need to cut out this strap and cut the tips, and then we'll go and sew it. This is sort of like doing all the detail work. So I'm going to cut this out. I like using scissors to cut something like this out. And when I'm cutting, I want to make sure that I cannot see the primary over the secondary. It's not sticking up. So I just put the scissor real close up against the secondary leather. And some people may cut theirs out some other type of way, but for something like this, I like using scissors. We're going to dye the back of it. Since I'm not doing any edge coating, when I dye this, I'm going to use the dye that just to kind of dye the edges so it doesn't look raw like this. So I'm going to cut these out. Now I'll use the scissors to cut this part here out. Some people can use the rotary cutter. I just don't feel that confidence to use the rotary cutter. Only just for straight lines. Some people can do curves. I've seen people do it and they're very good with it. I'm just not there yet. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to mark off a 1/2 inch from the top mark off a 1/2 inch from the top and a 1/2 inch from the side, and this is where I'm going to cut my line and punch my hole. Because I need for this to fit in here. So I'll do the other one. Do a 1/2 inch from the top. Then a 1/2 inch from the side. And basically what I did, I just put a little mark here because that's where I'm going to punch my hole, and this is where I'm going to cut. So I'm going to bring in my pounding board. So I'm going to punch my hole right here where I did my made my marks. Now you can use any size punch that you want. The reason for using the punch is because when you cut this line here, well then basically what the hole will do, it will allow that stress to go around. If you don't punch a hole there, it will just keep cutting. It will just keep tearing in that direction. So it just allows the stress to go back around. So I'm gonna punch my hole here. I do the same thing here. Punch this hole. But now what I'm also going to do, for my strap, I'm going to use this strap tip cutter. And I'm just going to cut my tip to give it a shape. I could leave it just squared across, but that gives me a shape compared to that. I could put it on like this, but I'd rather have a shape to it. Okay, now what I'll do, I'll dye this, and then we will stitch everything, just sort of give them like a top stitch to where it looks finished when we put it on. I always wear gloves because the thing about the dye, when you're working with the dye, if it gets on your hand, some people may be able to wash it off. I've never been able to wash off dye. You have to wear it off. And when it comes to dyeing something like this, I don't think there's a wrong way or a right way. I think it's whatever way you want to do it. That's all that matters. Now I'm going to just dye around these edges here, just to, like I say, just to give it a look that it doesn't look raw, instead of me edge coating, because I didn't edge coat anything else. I'm gonna go off camera and just kind of fill that in a little more, and then we'll. Okay, now that we have that strap dyed, I'm going to cut. I'm gonna cut this line right here, and I'm just going to use my X-Acto knife. You can use anything that works for you to cut your line. That's basically what I did. I just cut that. I'm gonna do the same thing here. Got that cut. Now the next thing we're going to do, we're going to stitch. These are going to be for the rings, for the 4 1-inch rings. So basically, I'm going to do is just sew around, just to kind of give it a finished look. And the same thing for this one here. Where's my other one at? I had 2 of them. Anyway, I've got 2 of these here, so I'm going to do the same thing with this. Also, I forgot to stitch across here on the gusset to give it a finished look, so I'm going to do that also. But I think I'm also going to stitch, go ahead and stitch the tab on the side here to make sure while I'm doing this stitching I have that in place. So I need to measure this off. So I'm going to stitch this uh, 3/4 of an inch from the top. Let's see here, I'll stitch this 3/4 of an inch from the top. Then I need to measure it off from the side to make sure it's the same distance on each side. So this one here is 1 3/8. This one is 1 5/8. So let's make it 1 1/4. This one is 1 1/4. 1 1/4 by 1/2 inch. So I'm just going to take this, use this awl to mark this with, so I don't lose my position. Then I'll do the same thing on the other side. So we need to be 1/2 inch. Half inch from the top, and 1 3/4 from the side. 1 3/4. It's 1 3/4. One 3/4 by 1/2 inch. And then I will mark this one. That's where I will glue these and then sew. So I'll glue these and sew them after I stitch this across, so I don't disturb this here once I glue it. But we're going to go over to the sewing machine and start sewing. Okay, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to just stitch all the way around. I don't really have to. I can just stitch up one side, then the other side, because this part will not be seen. So, but this will give it a finished look. And I'm stitching at a 1/4 of an inch seam, but you know, whatever you want to do, I just like stitching at a 1/4 of an inch to where I am as close as I can get to the side of my leather. So I'm going to stitch all of these like this. I'll do these off camera just to save time and not to bore you with stitching those. But I'm going to go ahead and stitch this one on camera. This is the strap. Like I said, I like doing a 1/4 of an inch seam. well, a quarter of an inch from the edge of the leather. It's really not a seam. This is where I would do my back stitch. Now making this strap here is the same process if I was going to make a belt. Okay, that's what that's going to look like. So these right here, I will go ahead and sew these, stitch these here off camera. Okay, now I'm on the last one. We'll get this one stitched, and then we'll sew the top of the gusset, well, across the top of the gusset, which is what I forgot to do earlier. And then we will sew the tabs onto the gusset. Now, as I was sewing these, it made me think I may have cut these a little too long, so I may have to cut them off when I get ready to insert them into the tabs, but that's okay, long as I did not cut them too short. If you cut them too long, you can always cut them back, and I'll show you what I'm talking about when I get ready to insert them into the tabs. Stuck myself. For some reason my bobbin that's what happened. My bobbin got jammed. Well, the thread started to come out and it started to get tight. So always keep that in mind. Anytime something feels tight, stop, because it can cause you more problem. That's what can cause your machine to get thrown out of time when we try to force it to do something. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to sew across the top of the gusset because this is something I forgot to do. My glue over here. I forgot to do earlier. You don't have to do this, but it will give the top of your gusset a finished look. I'll do the other side. And I don't think I mentioned any time in the video the weight of this leather. I think this leather is about I think it's like a 4 to 5 ounce leather. So it's pretty thick, but you know you can line this if you do it without a lining and you don't put the stiffener in the gusset. The bag will just flop down. It's not real stiff, but it is thick. So if you line it, you want to line it with a very thin lining. Unless you have a very heavy duty machine like a Cobra or a Cowboy, something like that to sew it with. This one right here, you would have more problems trying to sew it with a thick lining. Okay, so now that we have that done, the next thing I want to do, I want to sew these tabs on. And so I want to sew the tabs on, and I also want to glue these straps onto these rings, and then I'm just going to sew across here. I don't have to do that, but I'm going to do it. That gives it even a more finished look, but I don't have to do that. And I didn't even have to sew this, but this, by sewing this, it gives the straps a finished look. And really, in reality, the only thing you're going to see is just the top of this, but it still gives it a finished look. And you don't even have to do that. But I'm going to go ahead and glue these on. I'm going to glue these tabs on and then sew them. And I'm only putting glue just around the edges. I'm not putting any glue in here, because if I do, I will glue it in to where I wouldn't be able to put my D-ring holder in. I'm just going to put it back to where I had it marked. We'll let that dry for a minute, and while that's drying, I'm doing this at the machine just to save some time so I don't have to reset my lights. And so what I'll do, I'll glue this. I'll let it dry for a minute before I close it. It'll allow it to stick better. Just to show you what I'm talking about, I'll just take this, glue this. I want to make sure that this right here is even. And I just kind of pull it tight. I just pull that tight. And that's what I get. And I'm quite sure I'm going to have to cut some of this off. This is, just having this in my hand seems to be very long. I mean, I know that's too long, but we'll cut some of it off. But that's what I'm after right there. And I'll do the same thing with the D-ring. And this is a 2-inch D-ring that I'm using. And we will have this pattern online for sale if you want to purchase the pattern. So we will have the pattern online. If you don't want to go through all the trouble of, well, it's not trouble, but go through the process. I'll let this dry for a minute. And I'm going to go off camera and do the rest of them. And then we'll come back and stitch. Come back and do our stitching. Oh, the other thing is that these are solid D-rings, and but it have a little closure here where they close it together. I always try to make sure that that's inside of here. So I'll turn that to where it's inside of there, to where it's all of this is clean. There's no break, a look of a break in there. And this one, I'm going to turn this one this way. Because this is the part the strap is going to go on. So I'll turn that one that way. So I'll go off camera and glue the rest of them, and then we'll start to sew. Okay, now we're doing the last one, which is the 2-inch D-ring. So we'll let these set for a minute while I stitch the tab onto the gusset. Get all these out of the way. Let's see how I'm gonna do this. I think I want to start my stitch about right here and come all the way back around. And I have not I have not glued the second tab on because I didn't want to disturb it while I was sewing. So I'll glue it on once I finish sewing this one. Now I am sewing all the way through the, you know what? I think I need to put a brown bobbin in. Let me take this out. And I'll show you why. What I don't want to do is have a white stitch showing back here, so I'm going to put a brown bobbin in to where it'll be brown just like this right here. So I'm going to change bobbin right quick. I just thought about that. It'll just look better. I mean, I don't have to, but I think it would just look better as a finish. You'll see a little white, a cream color from the top stitch. But it just won't be so much to where it's distracting. It's a distraction. So let me try this again. And I'll just go back through the same hole. I have to find how I went under there. I'll go back to the same holes that I started in. Now, believe it or not, I am sewing through the stiffener. So it's soft enough to sew through. And this is one of the reasons why having a walking foot makes such a big difference if you just have a straight stitch sewing machine, because a straight stitch you wouldn't be able to sew this because it wouldn't put the pressure on the leather that is needed in order to sew something like this. See, there's just a little bit of white right here. So if I pull this, I might be able to pull that out. Not really. Okay. I'll just burn it off. So that looks much better than if it was cream color. I'll just take this and I'll just burn that off. Looks good. That looks good. So I'm going to glue the second one and then stitch it on. So I'm going to just go off camera and glue it and then let it dry, and then we'll stitch that on. Okay, now that we have the second one glued on, go ahead and stitch it. We'll start here. Trying to maneuver my starting point. About a half stitch here. Okay. Same thing here. I just got just a little white there, not much. We'll just burn that off. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, this came out great. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to stitch around here, but I'm going to change to a walking foot. And the reason why I'm changing to a walking foot, I mean a zipper foot. That would allow me to sew around this area right here. So I'm going to change out the foot and change my bobbin back to a to the cream color. Change my bobbin. And basically what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do a stitch forward, a stitch back, go across here, and then do a back stitch. And I want to make sure I am as close as I can possibly get up against that, up against the side of this. So I'll do a back stitch. That's what that looks like. I'll go ahead and do the rest of them off camera, instead of boring you with, you know, stitching each one of these. But I'm going to stitch the rest of these, and then I think we can start to construct a bag. We should be at that point. But let me go ahead and stitch the rest of these. Okay, now we're down to the last one. Stitch this. You know, as I was stitching these, an idea came to me, and that was, these can make some great key rings. And what I'm seeing in my head is, if I took and punched a hole here, put an eyelet here, and then put my key ring there, and then this is where the finger can kind of hold the key ring, and your keys fits on the ring down here. I think these will make great little key rings. So just an idea. But now that we have all of these finished, we'll go back over and look at our next step. Okay, now that we have all of the ring holders stitched, we have the strap which this strap here will go on the back here. We're going to rivet this strap on the back like this, and we're going to, and see, I kind of figured I was going to have to cut these off because this is just really too long for this here. So I'm going to have to cut off maybe, ooh, let's see here. Now this is the step up, step down transformer that I talked about earlier that you need if you purchase one of these branding iron from LW Leatherworks. And you would get this on Amazon for about 58 bucks, I think. And I think the branding iron was, I think they started like $235 or $239. And so it just depends on what size your head will be, and the head can come off. It's detachable, so you can you have several heads with several different brands. But I'm going to plug this in and see it have 220 and it also have 110. So this is a 220. So this is a 220 output. So it's taking a 110 in, but it's stepping up to where it's bringing a 220 volt out. So I'm gonna turn this on, and I'm going to, you can do from 200 all the way up to 500, and I'm going to take it up to about 350. I'm gonna let it warm up, and I'll get a piece of leather that we can test. Here's something here. So we'll go off camera, let this heat up, and then I will test it, and then I will brand it. Okay, I've let it warm up. I've kind of did some pre-test, and that's it. Some leather takes better than others, but I'm going to put our brand. Not sure if I want to put it here, if I want to put it here. But let's see. Now do not touch this part here because it is hot. I think I'm going to put it right here. That's it. Make sure. And that's our brand. And if you're wondering what it is, it's actually 3 Ds. There's 1, 2, 3. There's 3 Ds on there, and it says made in the USA. So you can this is a good way to brand your product without putting labels on it. Turn this off, and I'm gonna put this up, let it cool, and then I'll get all the holes punched, and we can start putting this bag together. Okay, what I did was I went off camera. I clamped the bag together. I punched all the holes. I have not closed these yet. I just have the rivets sticking inside. And I punched all the holes for all of the O-rings and for the 2 D-rings. But I clamped the bag together because what I want to show you, oh, one more thing before I forget. I also have branded this this O-ring tab. I don't even know why I did that, because I realized that once I put the rivets in, I'll cover that. So I had to take this off and redo it again. And that was simple to do, because I just put it back in the same place and just cut a new one and stitched it. So I'm going to brand it right here this time. I don't know what I was thinking about. Um, but anyway, what I did was clamp this together because I want to show you the reason why I had to make the gusset a second time. And this is only a 1/2 inch wide, and this one here is 1 inch. Well, it started off at 1 inch. It's really kind of down to 3/4 of an inch, but it's much wider. And the problem is that when I get ready to sew it, I need to be able to have enough room around here to sew, because I'm using a flatbed machine. Now, if I was using like a cylinder arm machine, this wouldn't have been no problem. But because I'm using a flatbed, I need to be able to push this down to be able to sew around that. So keep that in mind, that when you put your stiffener in, you may want to make it just a little narrower than what I have right here. It'll just make it much easier. It'll still allow the bag to stand up on its own. It's just that I just made it just too wide, especially this time. This one here, I should be able to sew around it. We'll see, but I should be able to sew around it. And so that's why I had to redo this again. But I'm going to go off camera. I'm going to take all the clamps off, and really we can start putting this bag together. And after that, the only thing we need to do is just the straps, and to go ahead and close the rivets on everything. And after that, it's done. Okay, now that I have the bag disassembled, at this point what I want to do is that I want to measure and get the same distance from one end to the other end. So in that way I can mark this, and this is an inch and 1/8 all the way around. Yeah, this is an inch and 1/8 all the way around. So this is the best way to mark your zipper to before you sew it, because once you put the bag together, and then you start trying to line your zipper up, it's just more difficult. And this is a way that I've kind of figured out from trial and error, because before it was just so difficult trying to put it in once I put the bag together. So at this point, what I'm going to do, I'm going to just mark this. And another way of doing it is actually putting a mark in the center of your bag, and a mark in the center of your zipper holder. And that's another way that you can gauge it before you put it together. So I'm going to just mark this. I should have done it from the back side, but I'll do it here. And I'm quite sure there's other ways to do this. So other people have their own way of doing it. But this is what I found to be much easier for me. And also, at this point, while it's still flat, I'm gonna go ahead and put the the rivets in and close them. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to glue this. But you know what? I really think I need to go ahead and brand this while it's flat. So let me get the branding iron set up and go ahead and brand this while it's flat. Because if I put the zipper on it and I try to lay it down, it won't be as flat as it is right now. I'm going to get this branding iron set up. I think last time I had it set at about 350. So I'm going to give it a minute to heat up. And that way I go ahead and brand this before we attach the zipper. You know, while that's heating up, I think I'll go ahead and glue this zipper to this side over here. Take these off. I think I need to mark this. Just so I can see it from the back side. So I need to glue this like this. I'm using the contact cement glue because it sticks a little better. Well, really, you can use the water base because you're going from an unfinished to the other side of the leather is unfinished, and it will stick with the water base. But I'm going to go ahead and use the contact cement. I am not putting a lot of glue. I want to make sure I'm putting this on right. And I'm just putting on just enough glue to hold it until I sew it. So I'll just take this, I'll line this up with this mark here, and I want to make sure that these here are even. So when I sew it, I don't have any problems of missing my mark. That's what I'll do. I'll just sew this straight across here. I can smell my iron have heated up. So let me just test it. And remember, never touch this part right here, because this will burn you. I'll move this over a little bit. So I'm going to test it. That's perfect. That's perfect. So I want to mark. I want to brand this right here. Okay, that's it. I don't know why I had branded that, but I don't know what I was thinking about. But anyway, now what I'll do, I will glue the other part of the zipper to this one right here. Okay, I think I'm going to mark this one also. Let me take these off. Make sure I got that right. Okay, these are my marks. You out of the way. Now I'll glue this. Like I said, I'm not putting a lot of glue. Just enough to hold it. Until I sew it. And again, you always want to make sure that these are even. Okay, so we're going to sew this across here to attach the zipper, and I think at that point we can go ahead and put the rivets in. So let me go ahead and sew this, put the rivets in, and then just start assembling the bag. Okay, now we're going to sew this. I think I'm gonna go ahead and sew it this way. Yeah. Like I say, you want to make sure it's even. Because if not, you can miss your mark. That's not. I think I better turn this. I'm gonna turn it this way. I just feel a little more comfortable, so I can see this bottom side. Do my back stitch. Now I'm going to also do a back stitch here because I don't want this coming loose on me. Make sure that's I'm going to do another back stitch here. Then when I finish up, I'll do a back stitch. I want to burn that and lock it in. Put this back in so it goes into the right one. Now I'll do the same thing here. Pull this out. Oh, shoots. Stuck myself. Jeez. Okay. That's unsafe. My back stitch. Now we got that done. Lock this in. Put this back in here. And this one goes over here. And this one goes here. I want to make sure. Yes. Okay, so now we'll go and we'll we'll put the rivets in, and then we can start constructing the bag. So we'll go ahead and get the bag constructed. Okay, now that we have the zipper sewed in, now we can go ahead and rivet everything in. I'd get everything back the way it was. But we can rivet everything in. But let me check the zipper right quick before we go any further. That's perfect. It's just what we want. So that's the simple way of doing this, is that make sure that the bag is flat when you attach your zipper. And this is if you're doing a tote bag or any type of bag that you're putting a zipper in. This is a very easy way of doing that. Well, at least if you're doing a tote bag and you have a lining, this would allow you to be able to mark it before you attach the zipper to the bag. Because if it's a tote bag, the bag have to be assembled, because you have to have well, anyway, I'm going into something else. Let me get away from that. But anyway, this is the best way of marking your zipper of where it needs to go. It's when it's flat. Let me put it like that. Okay, so now we have this in. Now we can start to attach get this back to where it was. Now we can go ahead and put the rivets in. Got that one right. Okay. And I'm using, I think I can use medium on here. I think the medium size will go all the way through. Yeah, as long as you can see it, you can feel it, that'll work. I could try the large ones, and the large one may be too long. So let's see. I think I'll go with the large, just to be safe. So I'm going to go ahead and put in all my rivets and get them closed. So these are a large double cap. I don't know, that seemed kind of long. Let me look at this medium again. I just don't want it to bend on me if it's too long. I think I can go with the small. I'm gonna try the small first. I'll try the small first. If that doesn't work, I would have to pull it out and then go with the large. Okay, the medium works. The medium works. So let me at least do one of the medium. I mean, one of the O-rings, and then I'll go off camera and do the rest of them. But I'm gonna go ahead. Let me at least put this in here so I don't lose that hole. I'm gonna go ahead and put the strap on. I'm using mediums for the strap. So that's the strap. So we got the strap on. And I'll go ahead and put at least one of the D-rings. I thought I was going to have to use screws to close this, but the large were long enough. So I'll go off camera and I will finish up the rest of them, and then we'll start gluing the bag together and then start constructing. Now we're going to do the last two. And after this, we can start constructing the bag, and we will see if we're going to be able to sew around that gusset. So that's going to be our big test. Okay, so now we have all of these, the D-ring set. We have the zipper in. Okay, so now what we'll do, we will attach the gusset and sew it in. Okay, what we're going to do now, we're going to glue the gusset to the bag, and like I say, this will be the big test. I think I'll do this side, do the back side first, since it have all the pockets and the straps on the back. It'll probably be easier to sew this one first. It'll probably be harder to bend if I do it last. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to glue from here all the way around to here, and the same thing on the gusset, just on one side. I'm using the contact cement glue. I don't need a lot, just enough to hold it until I sew it. And around this curve here, I'm gonna put just a little more, because I need to be able to press that down in order for that that corner to lay down flatter. Now I'll glue the gusset I am burning up. I'm going to have to turn the fan on because I'm having a hot flash. So if you hear the fan, that's what it is. When I start having the hot flashes, I have to cool off, and there's really nothing I can do about that but to turn the fan on. So what I'm going to do now, I've got this marked in the center, and I'm lining up this center seam. I'm lining up the center seam with this center mark that I have here. So I'll just take this, line this up, and I want to make sure it's even. Whatever I do, I want to make sure it's even. And remember, the leather is flexible. So I'll probably put as many clamps on here as possible to make sure it stays glued together. This glue is fresh, so it does not stick as well after it have aged, and it get a little stiffer. And when I put my clamps on, I'm putting the tip right very close to the end of the leather. I don't put them way down like this because I need the pressure right where I glued it. So like I say, remember, the leather is flexible. See, that glue is really not even sticking there. It's not sticking at all. I'm going to get some, well, I'm gonna get some glue that's a little older, that's more, that'll stick much better. Now this is a glue here. I mean, this glue here is much older. I mean, I really shouldn't be using it, but for what I'm doing, it's going to stick much better for me. The other glue is fresh. I just put it in the container, and it's just not sticking as well. And this is a little too It's a little too old. But what I don't want to do, I don't want to start to sew and have to stop and try to re-glue again. Okay, I've given it a little time to dry out. Now, what I will do, I'm just going to work this around. And I'm going to clean up this glue as I go. So I don't let it dry on me and I have glue all around my edges. Now at this point, what I want to do, I want to go ahead and get my top lined up, because if I have to do any stretching, I can do that right in here. A lot of times when you cut the leather, even though it fits from the beginning when you cut it, for some reason after you start working with it, it may start to stretch or something happened to where it may not fit exactly the way it did from the beginning. So sometimes you have to stretch it. Make sure the zipper is not in the way. Again, you want to make sure that it's even. If it's not, just pull it apart and even it out. Got that side done. Now I'm going to go and do this side over here. Take your time with this process because it's easy to try to hurry excuse me, to try to hurry up and not have it even, and you don't really see it until after you sew it, and then it's too late. And again, at this point, I'm going to get this top even out. Clean up this glue here right quick. Okay. Now that we have this glued and clamped, we're going to let it set for about 5 minutes, and then we're going to go and sew it. Okay, this is the big test. I may have to go back and redo this gusset and make this stiffener narrower. I don't know. We shall see. I'm going to use a zipper foot to try to accomplish this. This is where the problem is going to come. It's going around this corner right here. See, I should have made this even narrower, even though I gave myself 3/4 of an inch. It really started off as an inch. I don't know how it ended up at 3/4 of an inch. But I've done it before. But we shall see. Let's see if I can make this work. I really would like to use my regular foot. Oh, you know what? That's one of my problems, is that someone used this machine before I did, and they got the stitch was setting at about 5. That is too short. Let me take these out. I wonder why I was just barely moving. There was short stitches in here. Let me try this again. So I moved it from 5 to about 7.5. Because that was just barely moving. Yeah, my biggest concern is going to be turning this corner. If I can get around that corner, I would be okay. Let me check the back side. Okay, the stitch looks good. If I had a post bed machine, this would be no problem. But because it's a flat bed, that's why it's a problem for me. So right here is where I'm going to do some maneuvering. So if I can bend this here down. And the thing about turning this corner, that foot have to have something to grab or hold to. And that's what's going to give me the problem. Turn this. Will take some bending and maneuvering. There we go. Oh, there we go. There we go. And if I can just get this one stitch, I think I got it. I think I got it. I got it. Yep, I got it. See, long as I can keep this here flat, I can sew around this. That's the key to this. As long as I can keep it flat. That's why it's called a flat bed, because as long as everything can stay flat, you're okay. But if you get to a point where you can't flatten it out, that's what's going to cause it to be a problem. That's why having a post bed, a flat bed, and even a post bed machine, if you could afford to have all three of those, you will be in good shape. There will be very few things that you wouldn't be able to do. Okay, so now I have to maneuver this. And when I'm doing this, I have to make sure that the needle is down inside. So let me get a little closer. Okay. This is a struggle. If I could bend this, take these here out. I think that's what was in my way, was the clamps. Tell you what, putting on that other side might be a major challenge, but we'll see. Well, I can say we got this side done for sure. going to do about 4 back stitches. Just to secure that. And I'll go to the other side and do a couple of back stitches, because when I started, I just kind of got it started. I didn't really do the back stitches. His foot is loose. That's what I was hearing. Loose also. Not sure what happened there. So I'm just going to go back here and do a couple more back stitches. That's just to secure it. And I don't have a problem with it coming out. I'm going to get a lighter and burn this, but I've got this stitched. Now what I'll do is that I will glue the other side, which is the front side, glue it on, and then we'll sew that. But I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this and just bend this side of here back, and I'm gonna let that stay like that for about 10 minutes, just to try to train it to where it'll stay like that. It may make it a little easier for me when I'm trying to sew it. But that's good. That's the next thing we'll do is glue the front side on. So we got the back side sewn to the gusset, now the front side. It was a little difficult, but with a zipper foot, we was able to do it. Okay, now that we have the back sewed to the gusset, now we're going to sew the front of the bag to the gusset, and I'm just bending these over, which makes it easier to glue. So I'm going to go ahead and just glue this all the way around. And like I said, in this corner here, I want to make sure that I put a little more in this corner, because I need to be able to flatten that out. And I might have to go back and use some of that older glue to get it to stick better, because when the glue is still fresh like this, it really doesn't stick that well. So in this corner here, what I may do is go over it a second time. It may stick just a little better. Okay. Now what I'll do, again, I will line up my center mark with my seam and make sure that I have everything even. And I'll put my clamps on. I think I'm going to go up here, go ahead and get this lined up. Go to the other side, get it lined up. Now I'll work my way around. Now I'm going to go into this corner here, get it taken care of. And again, always remember that the leather is flexible. Now in my corners, I'm going to put my clamps down very low. Now see how this is, we have this here, looks like it's bigger. I'll open this back up and I'll just stretch it and bend it, and it'll fit. I just sort of what they call easing it in. Get this side. Now I'm going to let this here set for about 15 minutes because I'm going to be a little rougher with this one here, so I want to make sure it doesn't come loose on me. So I'm going to let that glue set for about 15 minutes. You know, I should have done this curve first, get it taken care of. And again, I want to put as many clamps on it as possible to make sure everything is going to hold. Okay. This is with the font on. I'm gonna let this set for about 15 minutes and then we will stitch it. I know it may be a challenge, but I think we can get it because we did get the other side. So, okay, now that we have the other side of the bag glued on, now this is the second part of the test. Let's see if we can make this happen. Remember, this is a slow process. So I'm not gonna really do a back stitch starting off here. I'll go back and do that once I have the bag sewn. I can go back and do the back stitch here, but when I get around to the other side, I can go ahead and do my back stitch. I just want to kind of get this started. Okay, here come the big test. Can we mash this down as we go around it? Because basically what you're trying to clear is to get around this part of the foot and this part of the machine right here. So if you can clear that, you will be okay. I think we got it. I think we got it. You know, I did make a bag like this about 3 times bigger, but I had to sew it on someone else's sewing machine. Someone had a Cobra class 4, but it was actually a piece of luggage because I put the stiffener throughout the bag. I mean, it was like a piece of luggage. I had never done one like that before. I really have not done one since, but it can be done. Another challenge I may have, I'm not sure, but I think I may have a challenge taking this underneath the machine, but we shall see. I don't know why, but my the screw keep getting loose. I may need to replace the screw itself. Okay, now just get this one last area. I will be home free. I think I got it. For some reason my thread did something strange there. Sure did. It jumped stitch on me, but I'm not going to go back. I may have to go back and restitch that, but I'll wait until I'm finished to see. Now let's see what happened to that going around that curve. Yeah. See how it jump stitched on me. But I'm just going to burn that and lock that in. We will stuff it. That is it. So the only thing we need to do now is the strap. Yeah, that jump stitch on me right there. See if I can. You know, I'm gonna go back around and stitch that. I don't like the way that looks because I'm missing a stitch. Let's see if I can. If I can pick right back up where that. Okay. That's one thing I've learned to do, and that is to recover. So now what we will do, we will go ahead and get the straps cut out, and this bag is done. Okay, now that we have the bag sewn together, this is the back, this is the front. Now, one thing that I did do off camera was that I did go back and I added a second rivet here because just having one was putting too much stress on just that one rivet, so I put a second rivet on here. Now, the next thing we're going to do is, oh, I did go back and do a back stitch here. So I did go back and do a back stitch because I had missed that back stitch when I started. So the next thing we're going to do is that we're going to make two handles that will would actually attach to these spring hooks. And then, just kind of give you an idea, this is what it's going to look like. So I'm going to do two handles, and then I'm going to do a long strap here. So what I'll do, I'll just kind of show you what the bag looked like. This is the zipper. That's the gusset. So the bag is turning out to look pretty good. So what I'm going to do is, now these are two pieces that I had actually originally cut out for the gusset. It was just too small, so we're going to use these here for the handles, and we will take a primary and add it with this piece here to make the strap. Now, to make these handles, I'm going to use a rope which will fit inside of here. So that's what this is. So if you select, I mean, you can put, one of the things, I use ropes a lot. Some people will use like an old power cord. They cut them and they, you know, because they're not going to stretch. If you do use a rope, keep in mind, and this is one that I bought because I like this size, but after I purchased it and got it here to the shop and got ready to to make the strap, and I realized this rope, it's when you pull it, it's it tightens, but if you do this, it becomes real loose. See how loose this is? It becomes very loose, and which means that your strap will start. I mean, your handle will start to break down. But long as you're putting, you're pulling on it, it's fine. But this is not what you need. Get you a rope like this here. Now this one is kind of thin, but you know what? It's okay. I can live with it. But the good thing about it is that it's tight. No matter how you move it, it's tight. So this is what we're going to use on the inside. So what I normally do is I normally cut a 2-inch strip. I'm going to cut that part. I'm gonna cut it down to where this is probably 3/4 of an inch. I'll cut it down, but I'll start off with a 2-inch wide strip. So this, let's see here. I think this would be, this should be long enough. So let me get a ruler, and we're gonna cut 2-inch strips. Okay, I'm going to cut two 2-inch strips. Now what I'm going to do is I need for I need to have enough to wrap around this spring hook and rivet. And I think I'm only going to put one rivet. So I need for it to be at least that's 2 inches. So I need for it to be at least 2 inches to allow myself like that to. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do 2.5 inches, just to be safe. So I'll mark this 2.5 inches from each end. Same thing on this one here. I'll do 2.5 inches. Then 2.5 inches. Now what I'll do is I'm going to mark off 3/4 of an inch on each side. And what that will do, that will give me a 1/2 inch center. So I'll mark off 3/4 of an inch on this side, and I'll mark off 3/4 of an inch on this side. Now what that will do, that will give me my center. So I have a 1/2 inch here, which is what my rope over here. Here it is. Over here. Which is where this rope here will be glued in right here. That's my center. Now if you notice I have tape on here, and the reason why is because when I cut this, I don't want it to unravel on me. So what I'll do, I'll take this, and I need to tape across here so when I cut it, it doesn't unravel. But then I would also put a piece of tape on this side so the piece that I'm going to use for my second piece doesn't unravel on me. So I'll take this, I'll cut it, and now this is where I will glue this down. I'm going to use the contact cement glue. Now I'm going to do one of them on camera, and the other one I'll do off camera. But just so you can see how this is done, I will glue this. And you can use water-based glue to do this. I always use the contact cement. It sticks a little quicker than the water-based, but you can use water-based. And also the other reason why I'm using the contact cement, because this leather here is a little thicker, so it kind of gives you a little more resistant than a chrome finished leather. I'll let this dry for a minute to get kind of tacky, and then I will close it. Okay, now that we let it dry for a minute, I'm going to now take this and I'll just put it right in the center . Now when I fold this, I want to make sure that this is even here. Even though I'm going to cut most of it off, so I want that to stick. I don't want it to come up on me because I want it to be as tight as possible. And using this fresh glue, it just don't stick as well if I was using some glue that I had left open for a while. Hopefully I don't have to open this back up. I want to get on something flat. Now I'll take this little It's called a bone. One end of it is broken off. And I'll just use this just to kind of tighten this. I want it to be tight as possible. And I'm going to turn it over on the other side. Now this is going to be the strap. I'll sew this and then I'll cut off the excess. But I'll do the other one off camera, and then we will sew it and then we'll cut it. But I think I want to also go ahead and what I'm going to do is do this here. I should have enough. I hope I have enough to do the strap. I call myself leaving enough to do the strap. I'll just cut this here off because it's not straight right here on the end. I'll cut this off right about here. Now what I'm going to do now, I'm going to flip this over and I'm going to glue this to the primary. So I'll glue this one first, and then I will glue the primary and then lay it on top. Now, like I said, I could use the water-based glue. Either one will work to do this. I'm going to go down on the other end and glue that part. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to move this off of here, and then I'll glue this part I'll glue this end down here. Now what I'll do, I'll take this, I'll turn this over, I'll get down on the other side. Now what I will do, let me cut some of this off. What I will do is that I'm going to cut, and you can use whatever tools that works for you. I like using the scissors. Some people will use a like a box cutter. Some people will use a rotary blade. Whatever works for you. But I'm going to use my scissors, and I'm going to cut this out. So I'm going to cut it out, and I want to make sure that you cannot see the primary over the secondary. So I'm going to cut this out, and then I'll finish up off camera. I don't want to bore you with that. And then I would also finish up doing the second strap. And then after that, we're going to dye it and then sew it. Okay, now I'm finishing up trimming out the strap. So now what I'll do, I'll go ahead and finish up with this handle here, and then we can dye this and then stitch it, and after that all we got to do is just attach the straps and the bag will be done. So I need to do, what was it, 3/4 of an inch. Three-quarter of an inch from each side to get my center. Should have done this off camera, but I wasn't thinking. I don't know why, but this sure looks, it won't matter. I normally would have 2 containers of glue, one fresh and the other one that I've aged a little bit. So whenever I need something that I need for it to stick and do it very quickly, I will use the one that I've aged and not the one that is fresh. But we're gonna let this dry for about 2 minutes. Drying. Let me go ahead and get my measurement. I forgot to do this before I put the glue on. So I need for my tape to be right here. So now, let's take this out of the way. I hate when this glue doesn't stick good. Let me get some glue that's going to stick better. This glue here is almost too old, but at least I can get the rope to stick. While I'm trying to work with it. Okay, let's try this. That's much better. Close this. Okay. Like I say, you want to try to make this as tight as possible around the rope. Turn this over. Okay, we got it. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to dye we're going to dye the back of the strap, and then we will cut the tips after we dye it, and then we'll stitch it, stitch these two, attach them, done deal. Okay, the next thing I want to do, I want to cut the tips on the shoulder strap, and I'm going to use this tip cutter to do that, to give it a shape. I mean, I can leave it just squared off like this, but I would rather give it a shape. So I'm going to cut this. And the way I line this up is that right here in the center of this tip cutter, this is what I use to line up here to make sure it's centered. So in that way, basically what I would do, I would just kind of tap it to make sure it's as straight as possible in the center. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this. And what I normally do is that I normally tilt it forward and I hit it. I'll turn it to the side, I'll hit it, and then I'll turn it to the other side, hit it, and then I just go straight down. Now I'll cut the other side. And after I do this, what I'll do is I'll dye the back of the strap. Now what I'll do, I'll dye this, and I'm going to just put dye along the edges. I'm not, because I didn't edge coat anything else. So that's why I'll just dye it so it just doesn't look just raw like this here. At least it'll have some color to it. So what I'm going to do, and I'll just dye this. Now I don't think there's a wrong way or a right way to dye. It's whatever and however you feel like you want your dye to set in. It could be real thick, it can be thin, it's up to you. Some people may say that it should be done a certain way, but for me, I just don't think there's a right way and wrong way. But I will say always use gloves, because with dye, it is not water-based, and you can't just wash it off. I mean, you have to wear it off. You're not going to just wash it off. And for me, I always use a towel that have texture, because I like having that texture look almost like wood. And just one other thing, always keep your dye inside of a box, because if you set it on the table while you're using it, you knock it over, oh, you talk about a mess, you are going to have a mess. So I'm just going to just dye this. Like I said, I don't think it's a wrong way or a right way. I like to go light because it makes the leather look like wood. Some people like theirs to be dark, and that's okay. And dyeing doesn't take a long time to do. After I dye it, I'll go back and I'll put a finishing on it. And what the finishing will do, it will seal the dye. Now, one thing I always tell people is that I never use black dye for anything. Even if someone say, you know, it's okay to go ahead and use it, I don't use it because I have found black dye to rub off no matter how much time have passed by. Oh, you know what? I forgot to do my edges. Well, you know what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this acrylic leather finishing on it, and then I'll go back and do my edges. And I'll do my edges off camera because it's going to take some time to do the edges. So I'll do my edges off camera. This doesn't shine it or anything like that. It just basically just seals it. Now I know there's people out there that does dyeing all the time, and they have their own technique, their own process of how they apply their dye. And if you do, post a comment and let us know what you do and how you do it. So in that way, people can know that there's other ways of doing this. And this doesn't take long to dry. Matter of fact, it almost dries as soon as you put it on. But it will finish it. Okay, I'm going to go off camera. And I'll just kind of show you what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to go off camera and I'm going to just put dye all the way around the edges. Just so it has some kind of finish to it. If you can see that compared to that. So I just want to have some type of finish to it. And then I will come back on camera and then we'll go to the next step. Okay. Okay, now that we're finishing up doing the edges of the strap, the next thing we're going to do is that we're going to sew the strap and the handles. And like I said, after we do that, all we gotta do is just attach it. Attach the straps and the handles, and the bag is done. So that's the next thing we're going to do. Okay, now what we're going to do, we're going to sew the handles. But to sew the handles, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change out the foot. So I'm going to put a zipper foot on the machine. And the reason why is, let me take this foot off and I'll show you why I'm going to change out the foot. In order to do this type of strap here, you really need a zipper foot, because if you use a regular foot, you will not be able to get up close to where we have the rope inside. So this part of the foot right here, that will keep you from getting, let me do it like this. It will keep you from getting up close. But with the zipper foot, what it does, because the zipper foot do not have this other side right here, that allow you to be able to get this part of the foot here up close to that rope there. So this part of the foot here will still, do it like this. This part of the foot here will still walk, and then this part right here will be allowed to get up close. So that's why we're going to change out the foot to a zipper foot, and this is the right side zipper foot. There's a left side and a right side, and you will use the right side more than you would use the left side. We have a left side zipper foot, and I've never used it. Never used it. So I don't even know what you would use the left side zipper foot with, or what you would use it on. So we'll go ahead and sew. We'll sew these. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to start my stitch here, and I'll just sew up to here, and then sew all the way down to here, and then go across. The back stitch. Now, as I sew, now I'm not sure, if you have to do this, but I just do it out of habit. I sort of push this part of the handle over to make sure it's going to get a real tight stitch. Now, I'm not even sure if I have to do that or not, but just out of habit, that's what I do. Because I want that stitch to be as tight as possible up against that rope. I'm going to pull this tight. Cut it and burn it. Now, one of the things that I used to do is that I used to try to sew around here, but I don't even do that anymore because it can be more of a headache. So I'll just rather not even sew that. It's glued, and plus it's going to be riveted, so it's not going to come apart. And that's what that looks like. So we're going to also trim this excess off of here. So we'll do the other one, and then we will sew the strap itself. I used to always try and make these straps with the regular foot and never could get a real good stitch or a close stitch, and I just didn't know that I needed a zipper foot. And once I don't even know how I found out, but once I realized I needed a zipper foot, now I like making these straps, well, these handles. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the regular foot back on, and then we will sew the strap. And once we sew the strap, all we have to do is just attach, and it'll be done. Okay, now I'm going to get ready to sew the strap, and I'm going to sew it like 1/4 of an inch. And I'm going to sew it all the way around and then come back to here and do my back stitch. So what I'll do, I'll sew maybe half of it on camera, and then I'll go off camera and finish it up so I don't bore you with sewing a strap. Now, this is what I would recommend you do when you sew on a strap to make it easier for you. Is to sew about 15 or 20 stitches. You stop, you refocus, and you start back sewing. That would allow you to keep your focus and be able to keep everything, to keep your stitch at the same distance. Because it's real easy to lose focus, and you can go out a little further than you were when you started. So in order to keep my stitches the same width, I will sew about 15 or 20 stitches, and then I'll stop and I'll just refocus. Now I'm going to go off camera and I'm going to finish up, and then we will go and attach the straps and the strap and the handles. Okay, now we're finishing up the strap. And after we do this, we will go and attach it. Now I'll do my back stitch. This is where I started, so I'll do my back stitch here. We are 99% complete. Just burn this. And now we will go and attach the strap. and the two handles. Okay, the next thing I need to do is attach the handles to the spring hooks. Now, this right here I think is like 1 inch wide, and the spring hooks are 3/4 of an inch. You know, I could force that and then put a rivet on it, or I could cut it. I think I'm gonna just force that in there, and then instead of trying to get it to fit perfect, it's okay that way. You know, if I do it like that. But what I need to do is that I need to cut around, well, I need to take off this excess here. So basically what I would do, I hope I don't have to cut these over again. I mean, make these over again. I don't want to go too close. I don't want to go too close because I can cut my stitch. You really have to take your time with this. This is where a good pair of leather scissors really come in handy. Now, some people will probably use some type of blade to do this, but for me, this is my weapon of choice when it comes to cutting something like this. And a lot of times when people are doing this, they leave a little too much of this on and they have to go back and try to trim it down. It's best to get it right your first time around, because going back trying to trim it is like a bad haircut. It's just hard to get it right. Now at this point, I'll take this and I'll set it down on top, and I'll kind of get my where I need to cut this. So in that way, I have both of them pretty close to the same. So I'll do this one here off camera, but we're gonna go ahead and finish this one out, so you can see how this one is finished out, and then we will do the strap. So basically what I'm going to do, take this, I don't know, I think I may want to try, it. I hope I don't mess up. But I want to try and cut this down to where it's 3/4 of an inch. And we'll do the same thing here. Cut it down to where it's 3/4 of an inch. So it'll fit that spring hook the way it should. This is a little too tight. Now that's much better. That's much better. And I'm going to do something else. Take this and I'm going to pound this down so it'll lay a little flatter. I should have laid something on top of that. That way it'll lay down just a little flatter. Than before. And that's much better. So now I'll take this, I'll punch me a hole. Punch my hole. I'm going to use, we'll see if a medium double cap rivet will work. If not, I'll use a large. But I think a medium should work. Just barely. But it will work. Now I'll do the other side. Bend this over. I need to cut it. So I'm gonna bend it right here. I need to pound this down. You want to cover your leather with something. Put this on. Close it. Well, punch my hole. Close this, and this is that's what that's going to be like. Now we'll do the second one. And then we will do the strap. Okay, now that we're finishing up the second one, guess what I'm going to do is take this, make sure now what I'll do is take off, bring this down to 3/4 of an inch. Same thing on this side. Okay. So this will bend right here. This one is going to bend right here. Whatever you do, do not hit your hand, because you will do a dance. Excuse me. Okay, so we'll close this. And we'll close the other one. Now there are other types of straps that you can make. I just wanted to show how to do this particular strap. Okay, put this one on. See, this one should be on the other side. So I want to turn where this side here is showing, which is the top stitch. We'll turn the camera up. So that's what these handles on. Now we're going to do the strap. One of the things I want to show you about the strap is that we could have, if we would have turned this D-ring to where this part here was at the bottom and this part here was at the top, or it just could have been just an O-ring. I could have used these hooks to hook on. So I could have done that, but I decided to go with a strap, and you can still do it where this is adjustable here. So basically what I'm going to do, I will run the strap through this slider. This is a 2-inch slider. I'll run it through here, and then I will put a rivet here. I will put a rivet here to close it, and then after I do that, I will run the strap through here. And then, well, let me just show you. Okay, let me go ahead. I'm going to put my rivet clamp this. To help hold this down. One, two. I'm going to put 2 rivets here. I'll put one right here, which will be close to this part right here. Get that centered. I need to come over just a little more. Put one right here. And then I'll put one up here close. Now, I may have to use a large here. Maybe, maybe not. I think so. I have to use a large rivet here because that's so thick. Now, what I would do, I would take the strap, I would run it through here, and then I will run it through here. This is the slider. This is how you will adjust it. Let me take this one here back out. Pull this one here. And I'm just going to put a clamp here just to kind of hold this in place. Now what I will do is that now I will run this one through here. So this is how you will adjust your strap. So I'll just turn this around. Now, again, if I wanted to, I could have did this. Just so you can see this. If I would have had my D-ring turned the other way, basically what I would have done, I would have still set it up. I would have still put the slider on like this. So what I would have done is that I would have gone through here. Move this out of the way. I would have gone, and then I would have done this. Now I would be able to adjust the strap, and on the other end, I would have put, oh wait, okay, I would have put the other spring hook, and then I would have closed this like that, and that would allow me to be able to put the strap on and take it off I won't do it with this because this slides. But if this would have been turned the other way, and you know what? It still could be turned that way, but this would be too small for this right here. So this wouldn't be wide enough to cover this. But that's how that would work. So, but we're gonna take these off. I just want to show you, if you wanted to put spring hooks on, you can still put spring hooks on and make the strap to where it's adjustable. It's the same process. You're just adding the spring hook, and you're adding O-rings, or you got your D-ring turned right side up. Right now we just have the D-ring turned upside down. So we're going to go ahead and go with the way that we originally had planned it. Put these clamps back on here. This is just kind of hold things in place. Put this back through here. Turn this around. And now what I would do, I would just rivet the strap on. I'm going to take this clamp, and normally I would probably just put a little glue in here and let this set for a minute, but I think I should be able to still do what I need to do without doing that. I'll just use these clamps to hold that. Let's see here. Lay this like this. And I'll put in the first rivet. I think I'm going to have to use a large. And I'll put in the second one. Now we can close it. And now this bag is finished. This is it. Let me do a wide shot so you can really see the bag. Okay, I want to do a wide shot so you can really see the bag. It turned out to be a very good looking bag. This is the handles. You can see the gusset. I mean the zipper holder, the gusset. This is the front of the bag. So it turned out to be a very good looking bag. This is my second time making this particular bag. I've made one larger than this and one a little smaller, but this particular size here, this is my second time making this particular bag here. And I hope you enjoyed this, and if you have not subscribed, please do, and pass this on to someone else. Now, a lot of people are watching and have not subscribed, and I've had people contact me because they didn't know what subscribing was all about. They didn't know if it cost anything. It does not cost. They don't know what happened when you subscribe. Basically what it is, when you subscribe, it helps us because it brings our subscription numbers up, but it also would allow you to get a video. As soon as we do a new video, you would get, you know, a notice from YouTube saying that we have a new video up. So anyway, thank you for watching. I know this was a long video, but it took a long time to do it also. Trust me, it took a long time to shoot this. But again, thank you for taking the time to watch this. And also, the pattern will be on our website. And at the end of this video, I will post the website where you can find the pattern if you want to get the pattern, or if you decide you just want to make it, you know, make your own pattern. That's great. But if you don't feel like going through the process of doing that, we will have the pattern for you. Again, thank you for watching.